Where we last left off with the crew of the SSV Saratoga, you were docked in the Rannoch orbital fleet, the now much larger Quarian fleet, which pretty much just stays in orbit around the planet without really any good reason to roam as it once did. The fleet is thriving with trade with the planet's surface, but political tensions are high because the Quarian government, which has been more or less a military, it's definitely not a dictatorship, but like it's been a very militarized government for a very long time, where the admirals are in charge, and the House of Ancestors, which is like the actual like people's governing body, barely does anything ever. Just kind of there. And so, in this new era where the Quarians have reclaimed their planet, there is a growing divide in what the Quarians should become next. Like what their society should grow into. And there are a few separate divides that make the issue complex. There's like the planet-siders versus those who chose to stay in the fleet. And there's also those who want to maintain the status quo versus want to enact change versus what change they want to enact. In at least one case, going even more militaristic. And you guys have found yourselves sort of caught in the middle, because your request for the Quarians to aid you in this upcoming war with Salem and the syndicate that's all under her control, that has sort of ignited the fire behind this growing potential for a military coup. The awkward part is that the ones who want to do a military coup are the most willing to help you with your cause, because it would be a great opportunity for the new Quarian Empire to show off what it's got. Whereas the ones who would oppose such a change are not necessarily on your side and kind of want to stay out of it. So I believe where we last left off, you had just spoken to all of the admirals, all four of them.
Just
one
three.
Of which, three. You've not spoken to the planet side one.
Right.
Yeah. Which it's funny to even call him an admiral when his ship is Rannoch, but it's just because it's the structure they already had. They decided not to like reinvent or like make a new role for it. So they just made a fourth spot on the board of admirals and was like, okay, you're the Admiral of Rannoch.
Which makes perfect sense, because Ray's name is literally Rela of the ship planet Rannoch. So.
Yes, exactly. They're basically treating Rannoch like another ship. Yeah. So yeah, you guys are still up here. Your ship is getting repaired for free in exchange for them getting to check out that stealth drive and such. It'll be done soon. I believe you were planning to, or you already did, you were going to call on the admiral who raised Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Did you already... I know you were going to talk to him a second time, like, about your plans. Did that already happen, or is he on his way? Or no, we put that off, didn't we?
He's on his way, I
Put
believe.
that off. Yeah.
Because we didn't decide, because I had offered an idea of melding, telling him, and then if he gives us, like, advice, and we don't want anyone else to know with his consent, erasing the memory.
Yeah, so I think Korozen was going to come meet you, but you have not actually... Yeah, you were still discussing, like, how to handle this whole delicate situation.
Right.
So yeah, take it away. You guys, I guess you're not on the Saratoga because it's being worked on, but you'd be nearby.
We're on Zen's arc.
Yeah, you're on Korozin's arc, like in the common area. Yeah.
And I
Okay,
believe
if
Ray
secrecy
had an
is
idea.
needed,
Go ahead, Ian. Sorry.
I was gonna say if secrecy is needed, I could be pretty much whispering it to you guys. Or message. What is it actually
Yeah,
called?
whisper
But-
thing.
Yeah. So just if we don't want to be saying anything out in the open, that's what.
Hmm. I think
Because we're just in a common area.
Ray also was the one with the idea to convince the civilian government to bring about change and reform.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah,
whether they like it or not, change is coming.
Right.
Yeah. Effectively have them push forward their own government, because if they do, the Admiralty Board will have two options. They can either all give up their seats and overrule that, or they have to let it happen, in which case they lose their seats anyway.
So
They have a third
So-
option. Their third option is military
Would be
coup,
military
but
coup.
they'll be doing it from a position where they're obviously in the wrong. And so for intergalactic politics, that would be advantageous for you, because it would
Like-
make them like clearly the bad guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Going
civil
against the will of the
terrorists
people
or
and all
whatever.
Yeah, the council
Okay.
would likely if you got the House of Ancestors to do this, if you did succeed and they were going to do this, and the admirals decided to do a military coup, it's pretty likely the council would get involved. They wouldn't like let that happen.
So we'll talk to Uncle Zen and see what he thinks, and we need one of the admirals to basically call a meeting of the House of Ancestors, because they're not going to just meet for no reason. So one of the
Right.
admirals calling a meeting is going to be the only way to guarantee that everyone's actually there, and then we
But-
need to basically plead our case.
But if we don't want the other people to act, because we're under the assumption that they're going to act, if we tell, or we were told not to tell anybody anything, right? So if we we have to make it look as natural as possible. One of the admirals calling this meeting, not as if they know anything or something's going to happen. So we
Well,
don't
that's very
want.
true, but
It is likely that if Korozen suddenly calls a meeting and say it was I want to say it was Woney. If Admiral Woney has anyone keeping like half an eye on you guys, and suddenly the House of Ancestors is being called to convene, like right after she told you about her plans, like the same day. Yeah, that's gonna be like really obvious what's going on. That would telegraph what you're doing like pretty hard, or at least that you're doing something, that you're up to something.
So we need to have all our pieces set in place before we start anything, because we need it all to fall in at one time. Because once we act or do anything, then we can assume that she's gonna react.
You also know that the Admiral of Rannoch, at least according to Admiral Woney, is at least not opposed to her. You don't know how close they are, but you know that Vasamal, the Admiral of Rannoch, she talked about him as though he were in on this, which could just mean that she has his blessing and he's not going to interfere, or it could mean he is like an active participant. Right now, you don't know how far that goes.
And so it's 2-2 right now.
does the House of Ancestors meet on the planet's surface, or do they have their own live ship that they meet on?
The House of Ancestors used to meet in an arc in the fleet if they needed to, but about a decade after retaking Rannoch, the original House of Ancestors, as in the building that they used to meet in back when they had Rannoch, was refurbished, and it was deemed the new meeting place for the House of Ancestors. So they now meet in literally the building that they used to meet in before the Geth, as like a really symbolic thing. Like it was a very big deal when they were able to find and fix and refurbish that structure for the House of Ancestors to meet where they used to back in the old days. So now they meet on the planet surface in the ancestral place where they used to.
All right. Well, when we go down there, we are going to have to go to the planet's surface. I know the plan was to talk to all the admirals anyway, but when we go down there, we are going to be our most exposed. That's the planet's surface. We've had years and years to rebuild, but there's still plenty of places. Like, you can't go anywhere on the ship without being at least somewhere in view of a camera or someone. But on the planet's surface, it's a very different story. So basically, if we're doing any traveling on the planet's surface, that's when we're going to be in most danger if the general or the admiral actually tries to do something to stop us.
I have an idea, possibly.
Rannoch also has a huge amount of alien flora and fauna, a lot of which is carnivorous. There's a ton of plants and animals on Rannoch. The Geth actually took care of them while the Geth had Rannoch. They actively worked to help the ecosystems thrive. But the result is that the uncivilized parts of Rannoch have dangerous alien predators as well.
So it all depends on where we go on the surface. In 20 years, you couldn't have recolonized the entire surface. There's still going to be plenty of wilderness.
The vast majority of it is alien wilderness full of dangerous predators and stuff.
It's a unique time in history where people are colonizing their first world with this level of technology. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Especially considering there's only about 10 million Quarians on the planet's surface right now.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be hard to colonize an entire planet with that.
Ray, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like you to be honest. Given the things that we've done together and the decisions I've made, do you think I'm reckless?
I think you're very single-minded. I think that your objective is what you pursue, and you don't seem to bother too much with what the future holds if you reach your objective, which is understandable, but there have been other Spectres in the past who have had a very similar single-minded view, and that scares me more than anything. You stumbled your way into being, well, for lack of a better person, the next Shepard. So if you make these decisions, we may not suffer from them, but our families will.
Well, I'll still be around to reap the rewards or otherwise, whatever it will be. And
You're assuming that we'll survive this.
I fully intend to survive. That's what we do. And despite your concerns, I do try to maintain a long view. I try not to... Well, I'm not trying to be that person just galloping through the galaxy, waving a cowboy hat, going, "Yee-haw!" I'm not trying to be that. So, while we're here, dealing with your people, I'm not going to make any decision without your blessing on it. You know these people best, so you have the lead on what we do.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to leave here with one of my crew members thinking that I've doomed their entire race.
I have a plan, but it's not something that I want to say out in the open and with more ears than me, you, and Ray.
I can put up a privacy screen. I doubt the Quarians will have much biotic snooping.
I feel the opposite.
Or we could use mental communication.
I feel like the Quarians would have all the biotic snooping.
I've never met a member of my race that
Or
was
not
able
biotic,
to
never mind.
perform biotics.
Yeah, you're right. That would suck.
I know
I was
that some
thinking back.
exist, but
By the way,
yes.
just a fun little thing. We were talking about Rannoch and how many people are on it. So, just so everybody's on the same page about what Rannoch right now, right? You got 10 million Quarians on Rannoch. That is just about the population of North Carolina. Rannoch has a radius of 6,000 kilometers, which is just barely less than Earth. It's like 300 less than Earth. So it's sort of like if you took Earth and it was just North Carolina and the rest of Earth was uninhabited. Well, I mean, full of wildlife, but like no one lived there. Like the only civilization on Earth was the state of North Carolina. So it's just to emphasize like how little of Rannoch is settled. It's a very small amount.
Yeah, they're still
Yeah,
recolonizing it, basically.
And that's
it's
that's
very
10 million
small.
on planet, you said?
Hmm?
You said 10 million on planet?
Yeah, there's 10 million on the planet. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Nope.
no. What's up?
I was gonna say, what'd you say its radius was?
6,000 kilometers.
even if all of the Quarians went off the ship and went on to colonize the planet, it would still only be 30 million, which is like nothing.
Yeah, that's like 3
less than
states.
a tenth of the population of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 3 states. Yeah. No, they have. I mean, they have multiple cities. They probably have like one big city, and then like 2 or 3 smaller cities, and then probably like a smattering of towns, like a couple hundred. And it's probably the entirety of the Quarian settlement on Rannoch is probably like, I don't know, 100 kilometers across at most.
Probably everyone's around the old Quarian capital city, and then
That's exactly what they did. They set up in the old capital, yeah, and then spread out from there. Yeah.
Well, when it boils down to it, I'm not as nearly as good with words as you and Aryn are, Eon. So you two are both going to need to be the ones who basically make the case to my people.
We can defend whatever position you decide. We can speak for you, but I'm not going to advocate a position that you haven't agreed with.
I appreciate that.
So nobody else can hear us?
I'll put up privacy screen.
All right. Sure enough, Corzin comes into the common room, talking through his Omni tool. Yes, no, yes, no. The 3mm. I have to get back to you. And he hangs up and looks over at your party. What does a privacy screen look like? Is it invisible?
The
No,
barrier
not
at the edge
invisible.
can appear dark and foggy.
What did you make it look like?
I don't think I would have put up the dark and foggy. I was just mainly keeping it quiet and keeping sensors and transmissions from getting through.
So he'll look over at your party and they'll say, Ray, what did you need? Oh, and he yawns and stretches.
Ray will poke her head outside of the area of the privacy screen and grab him and pull him into it.
What are we doing?
So a couple things. So that you can't tell anybody else, but we're trying to figure out. Actually, Aryn, why don't you explain it to him? You'll do a better job than me.
We're in a sensor dampening area, so nothing can transmit out from from where we are right now, so we can't be eavesdropped upon.
I'd have the other crew members ask them to like stand out there and talk normally.
Why do I feel like this is about to be a bunch of work for me? Why are we in a sensor dampening field?
Well, the admirals are arguing, and you're fighting back and forth, and you're all overworked, and there's coups being planned and all kinds of other fun stuff that will possibly rule.
Do you want to back up? Wait, what is being planned?
It might have been a little bit more tactfully explained.
He's my uncle. I'm not going to hold that from him.
Well, his life is in very much danger now. You sharing that
life-
information.
His life was in danger before.
I'm sorry. You're gonna need to. Who's planning a coup? What is happening?
Apparently, I need to be more tactful. So just know that there's bad things being planned, and I'm thinking we need to figure it out before it gets really bad.
Planned
So
by who? No, What is happening?
Aryn, Eon?
Change is coming for your people, and it's just a matter of whether it's controlled change that you're all in control of, or chaotic change that threatens to throw everything into chaos.
Okay, so that just sounds ominous. It sounds like you guys are gonna do a coup.
Okay. Well, I was hoping to not explain this like directly like this, but yes, a coup is planned. No, we're not supporting it. Yes, your life is in danger. We weren't supposed to tell you anything, and now that she finds out, then we're all possibly dead, and the coup is probably going to start without us being able to do anything.
I still don't know what's going on. Who?
Uncle Woney is working with the surface government, and they're thinking of doing a military coup.
Woney? No way. Really?
She basically said it to us outright.
Well, okay. I know what she's like, but I didn't.
She's hoping.
You sure she wasn't just bluffing?
She was implying very heavily.
I think I insided.
Huh.
And she also very strongly implied that if we were to share this with anyone, that we'd be making enemies.
Working with the surface government. What?
Yes, apparently he voted against the war effort only because he thought it would be a better political option, but he actually supports the war effort because he is with her and that they need to create some sort of coup against the other admirals. Basically.
No. Vasamal is not working with Woney. He might be using her. He would never treat her like an equal.
Okay, well, regardless, they're going for the first 100 years after the Morning War situation.
Their goals are aligned, essentially.
All right, well, that's crazy. Hopefully they're bluffing, but have you actually talked to Vasamal?
Not yet. That's our next stop.
Woney's got some screws loose, but Vasamal is actually all there. It's hard for me to imagine him doing something like this.
Regardless, we intend to get ahead of this. We want to speak to the civilian government to see if we can convince them to bring about governmental reform without needing to resort to a coup. The Admiralty system is antiquated, basically. It's keeping your fleet close to home, your people are becoming isolationist, and it's making the divide between the fleet and the surface stronger.
It's also giving you too much work, and the other admirals. We need to go back to a government like we had before we were stuck on the ships for 300 years, Uncle. We can't.
Or something better.
Their Admiralty system was created out of necessity, but its time has passed. your people are ready to move on to something more permanent.
All right, Aaron, roll me a persuasion check.
I'm gonna tech support her, if that's okay.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah, go ahead, tech support, unless Zan is not okay with that.
You're good.
Okay, that's a D10, is that right?
Yes.
Ooh. So that's a
All right.
34.
He goes quiet for a while as he kind of thinks about it. It's really, it's a lot to like dump on him out of nowhere. And then after a moment, assuming you guys don't like keep bombarding him with information, because he pretty visibly is like trying to work his way through it mentally. He says, "Okay, maybe in the long term, I'm not opposed. I see the merit of what you're talking about. The Emerald system is antiquated. Yeah, fair. It's a system that was devised for a different time and a different Quarian people. But building a new government, it's not going to happen overnight. This is a very long-term process we're talking about here. And if Woni is planning a coup, I'm not too worried about Woni. She's crazy, but her bark is louder than her bite. I don't think she has the support or resources to really pull something like that off, if she even has the gall to try. What I'm more worried about is Vasamal. Vasamal is smarter than Woni, and he has tremendous loyalty from every Quarian living on the surface of that planet. Something you gotta understand is most of the Quarians who decided to live on Rannoch, they were the ones who were the most anti-Geth, who were most in support of taking their homeworld back. The result is they're very nationalistic across the board. The cultural sentiment of the Quarians on Rannoch is, it aligns well with Vasamal's strongman thing he kind of has going. They like him a lot. They love him, actually. If he pushed hard for something, he would probably have the people's support on the surface, not in the fleet. And he's made threats before to the effect of Rannoch and its people becoming a separate nation, splitting off from the orbital fleet. He's never done it, but he's used that threat to get his way before. And it's a believable threat because the people of Rannoch would rally behind him. Now, it's not homogenous. There's plenty of Quarians living on Rannoch who moved for other reasons, but pretty much any strongly nationalistic Quarian whose identity is wrapped up in our heritage and what we used to be, and who were adamantly for killing the Geth, they all moved down there. So they're a majority by far.
Well, perhaps that's one of the things that we need to devise in a new government for our people. We need to be one people. What was the point of all those lives lost to retake the home planet if we're just going to end up as a fleet and a planet anyway? There shouldn't be a divide between the surface and the fleet. So maybe that's part of the thing that we need to set up. Fact of the matter is we have to do something.
I understand. I think getting the ball rolling on a reform to our government is not a bad idea, and you have my support. But you might be disappointed with how time-consuming that process is. It's not going to happen in a day or a week or a month. It's going to take a really long time. our people are a bit long-winded, on top of it being a monumental administrative task. If there's a looming coup on the horizon, we may need to address it more quickly.
Well, we can't exactly go striking out against an admiral.
And it's probably dangerous that we're out in the open even talking to you right now, honestly. Even though we have a privacy screen up, being seen with you probably doesn't bode well.
He's my uncle. She has no reason to get nervous with me talking with him.
Essentially,
Right,
anything that we try to convince the civilian government on, the admirals can veto if all 4 of them agree. So all we need is one admiral on our side, and we can speak with the civilian government without that fear.
Or the alternative plan is that we get the civilian government to agree to something new, and then all 4 of the admirals vote against it, but then you all have to give up your seat. So we get rid of some of the more
Hardline.
What I'm
hard-line
saying is convincing the House of Admirals to come together and hear you and agree to this. There's going to be weeks of deliberation and fine-tuning and figuring out all of the details of how to actually go about it. What you're suggesting sounds positive, but it's a huge undertaking.
We'll leave that to the politicians. All we want to do is get the ball rolling.
And we need to put Admiral Woney and Admiral
Vasamal.
Vasamal. We need to basically put them in a political position where they can't really cause any issues, or else they lose any political future they might have. It may not matter very much to Woney, but from what you've told me of Vasamal, I think that will matter to him quite a lot.
This might not be meeting our objective of gaining your people's support for our effort against Salem, but it does lead to a better future for your people.
I think the issue you're going to run into when you get down to Rannoch is just how much support Vasamal does have from the people. They are very much going to be on his side. In fact, there's a growing party of Quarian citizens on the surface who firmly believe that Rannoch should be its own separate entity, and what they are in support of is it's very much a dictatorship, very much Vasamal leading the Quarians on the surface and cutting off the fleet. This is not coming from him. There's a lot of Quarians who want that. So it's not simple. It's not just 2 crazy admirals, doing whatever they want and against the people's interest. The issue is more complex than that.
So Vasamal's popular on the surface, but he's the one strengthening the divide between the land and space.
Yes, and he's using his popularity to do that. Or maybe he's popular because he's doing that. It's hard to tell. It's a little blurry, the line between Vasamal being what the people want him to be or Vasamal's policies shaping public opinion. He's a populist.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, whatever you decide to do, you have my support.
I appreciate it.
Can you get the ancestors, the civilian government, to meet so we can speak with them?
I can ask for a meeting with the House of Ancestors, and they will probably convene. If we're very lucky, it'll be this month.
This month.
If I say it's extremely urgent, life or death, and I give a really good reason why it absolutely has to be now, then it might be next week.
Aryn will look over to Ray.
Is there anything we could do to help speed up the process? You guys are very busy.
I mean, you could kidnap the representatives and drag them to the house, but
I could
other
do
than that, no, not really.
Well, if
Ray,
it's our only
can I do
idea, it's
that?
our only idea.
Just
You
go
heard him.
find the senators and drag them out.
It was your uncle that said it.
We said we needed to talk, and we meant
when-
now.
He's like, no, I wasn't serious. That was a joke. Please don't actually
This
do
plan's
that.
sponsored by Admiral.
No, don't actually
The
do
coup
that.
begins.
Considering how many of them there are, it would take us months to collect them anyway.
Yeah.
This one is amazing. Oh. You just need them together for 2 seconds.
Look, I'll try to get the house assembled. It's gonna take time. I'm sure that whatever Ronnie is planning, first of all, Vasamal likely isn't as much of her ally as she thinks he is. With Vasamal, it's always what he can get from people. I don't know what his objective is, but it's probably not exactly the same as hers. The two
You
of
might
them.
be using the coup as an attempt to separate the planet from the fleet.
That would make a lot of sense.
Oh wait, I'm not there.
Whatever this is,
You are.
It's
Why not?
yeah. I think everyone's there. Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to keep
Am I?
anything
You're just
Okay.
out of
outside
this.
you're just outside the screen, so you can pop
Yeah.
your head in.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm outside the screen, I can't hear what you guys
Oh.
are talking about.
True. Like the
Sorry.
while I'm trying to get the House of Ancestors together, which is going to take time, days at least, and that's in the best case scenario. Just, I don't know. I'm sure you came here to do something.
We did.
I'll move as fast as I can, and I'll let you know when I'm able to get like real progress towards that. But it's politics doesn't move quickly, even in urgent situations. And I'm sure that Ronnie isn't going to pull the trigger on anything too crazy. Not right now, not at this moment. The opportunity is not there. There isn't really a window for it.
If we got word that Salem was on her way here, I bet that would get them convened really quickly.
You'd be surprised.
We did come here to do something, Uncle. And like Ray very obviously has like a frog in her throat, like she's trying not to cry. The problem is the easiest way to get what we want is not what I want for our people. But we need the help. The galaxy needs us again.
I understand.
And you have one of the largest, most powerful fleets in the galaxy.
We'll get this figured out, okay? Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Just
Make
stay on or near Rannoch, and I'll let you know when the house is going to convene.
Make sure you keep some Marines around you, please.
Now, the next issue is you can't act any out of the ordinary. Will you be able to do that?
Yeah, I think I've got it. I'm not afraid of Ronnie or her people.
I have learned that
Well, I know where
Quarians
Ray
have very
gets
good poker
stubbornness
faces.
from.
I'll be fine.
Okay, we'll stay around as long as we can, and I'll let the captain decide what our next move is.
Just don't leave the system. This is gonna take a while.
Alright, well, time is not something we have in abundance, but I trust you'll do the best you can.
I'm gonna try.
Well,
And Ray,
Yeah.
Your mother's supporters, who, when they fled the capital, they went south. If they're still around, still alive, they've set up somewhere down there in the canyons south of the capital, or beyond them, out in the wilderness where they wouldn't be found or bothered. They either all died out there, or they've got some kind of secret base. They found some way to be self-sustaining. They never returned to the fleet, and they sure as hell aren't in the capital. But if you march south, you might find them, or they might find you.
Ray will nod rapidly and be like, okay. That means, and she'll turn to Aryn, that means we can at least still be doing something while we wait, right?
For the record, this is not me agreeing with that shit from earlier about AI. Please be careful playing with fire.
We will.
Yes, Uncle.
Not that I have any particular strong moral stances one way or the other on the whole Geth weren't given a chance thing that your captain was spouting earlier. It's neither here nor there. I just don't want you to get hunted down and killed by Vasamal's crazy specter.
Yeah, I don't want to know what the crew would do to her, so I think that's probably best.
All right. Stay safe.
Of course, try to take some time when you can. You need to relax a little bit. I'm worried about you. You're not exactly young anymore, Uncle.
The crew comes first.
Kila Soleil.
Kilisale. And he'll walk out, immediately opening his Omni tool as he walks out of the privacy screen. You have 517 missed messages. He's like, ah! And he leaves.
Very busy man. He needs a bigger staff.
He's gonna give himself a heart attack.
Well, we have a lead on where to pursue your mother's people. We could go down and meet Vasamal for ourselves, but I feel like we've gotten a very good measure of the man already. The only benefit would to be to put ourselves on his radar so that he would know what exactly we're after. As for getting your mother's people to work with us, the Solarian plan was to have their AI save the galaxy to bring about change, but I don't know if the Quarians would be as on board with that. It wouldn't be as easy to get that past them long enough for that plan to work.
Perhaps, but if we can act, if they've recovered anything of what the Geth were, then there's still plenty of Geth fleets in the galaxy just drifting, completely undiscovered. If we can find one, we could bring the Geth back. And remember what Caden said. The fact that we don't have the Geth is probably our biggest weakness.
Mm-hmm. The more tech we can bring to bear against Salem, the better.
Exactly. So even if it means we don't use the factories on Rannoch, the Geth they had dead ships floating through the galaxy. We could find one. We could maybe find one that can produce actual units. The problem is we have to find the Geth. Assuming they weren't all destroyed, some bit of them has to be around here somewhere. Even if it's just one unit, we can duplicate it.
I don't think the problem is finding the Geth or bringing them back or getting them to work for us. I think the problem is going to be getting your people to go along with it.
That is the hardest part. But when we find my mom's people, maybe they have a plan. Maybe they've been. I haven't seen any of them since I was. Well, it would have been before she died. So 8. They've had more than 9, 10 years to actually figure out something.
I suppose we can see. How much longer
But-
are the ship repairs going to take?
Quarian messenger is standing behind you. Your ship's all ready to go.
Fantastic, thank you.
There you
Right, I'm not even gonna worry about checking their work. Aryn trusts Quarian mechanics, and she'll leave the checking to Ray. With the information we're sitting on now, I don't know if I feel safe using public transit anymore.
The only problem I might see is that Admiral Vasamal might consider it an insult if we met with all the other admirals and then didn't meet with him, and even though we went down to the planet's surface. And normally I wouldn't put much say in that because admirals usually aren't very prideful, but from what my uncle told me and from what I knew of the man before I left, I think he might actually be insulted by us not visiting him. But I'm gonna leave that to you, Captain. Whichever thing you want to pursue first, I'm with you.
That is your choice. It's your call if you think it's the best thing for us to speak with him or to go to your mother's people. You get to make the decisions, Ray, for what's best for your people and for our cause.
I don't want Vasamal to be insulted, so I think we should go and speak with him.
All right.
If he finds out we're on the surface and we didn't talk to him, if he really sees himself as like a king of Rannoch, then that would be a problem.
All right. I agree. We'll follow the pattern and make sure we meet with all the admirals.
All right, let me go see what they did to my ship, and Ray will scurry back onto the Saratoga.
Doing a head count of credits here, does anybody have enough that we could buy more of this sensor dampening material so that we could keep Adam under wraps for longer?
I only have 2,500 left.
That's exactly how much we need for one more. I think we talked about that. Does
All
anybody
right,
else have any other credits?
Walk around.
How
with
much
your
does it
hat.
cost?
2,500.
Aren't you supposed to be paying us, Spectre?
Have I not been?
I don't know. I got paid from a game show.
You also got a giant discretionary fund from the council,
Which was
right
distributed.
before Aryn pissed them off.
Yeah, I thought we didn't get that yet.
No,
I've
you
got
did.
We did. Okay.
Yeah, if we want another payday ever, we're gonna need to make reparations with the council pretty soon.
You literally got paid by the council, and then the same session right after you got paid, pissed them off. Like, it's really
right.
funny. Thanks for my money, anyway.
Now, with all due respect.
Yeah, exactly. That's so funny.
So I do have 34,000. I can
Oh
help.
God,
34,000. Yeah, that'll be good.
holding out on
That's a ton.
We might have
Holding
to
out on y'all. Do you know how
No.
much money I've spent on this ship?
Arturo, we might need to lean on you to extend our time frame with Adam because we've only got 3 or 4 castings of this thing left.
There is no way I have the most amount of money out of all of us. How much shit I bought last time?
Ray, how many castings do you have left?
I think I have 4.
Okay.
I'm not on my computer right now.
I
Give
think
me
we
just a second.
I think we started with 4.
I think it's 3. Yeah.
So we have.
It's 3.
Yeah, we used 1. We're probably gonna have to use the second one pretty soon.
They're 8 hours. You're basically about to. As you go down to Rannoch, you'll have to cast it again.
Yeah, we'll need to use 3 a day just to keep him consistently screened.
Yeah.
And
Although one of the advantages of going and visiting my mother's people is that if they do have any AIs, they probably have plenty of that tool available. So
okay.
All right. Well, you guys are on board the Saratoga, and all systems are operational.
All right.
Should be on the Saratoga map now.
Yep. then Aryn is going to head to the bridge, and unless we have any other business up here, she will direct us to head down towards the planet, aiming for the capital to meet with Vasamal.
All right.
And she'll ask Ray to conduct diagnostics on the way down there, make sure that everything's still in working order, make sure they didn't change any of our defaults.
And also look for bugs, just in case.
Give me a technology check, Ray.
All right.
Seems good to you. Looks like they fixed everything and didn't mess with any of your settings or create any errors.
I think we're good, Captain.
All right, then. Take us down to the capital city, hail landing control, and get the approach path.
All right. As you are heading down to Rannoch's surface, Aryn, you get a message in your Omni 12 from Primrose.
Mm-hmm.
Could you meet me? I have something to talk to you about.
Certainly. Lucille, can you take the con, handle the approach?
Roger that.
Yes, Primrose.
As you enter the room, Primrose has her boots up on the table.
Aryn will just kind of glance down at that, but then back up at Primrose, like not too concerned, knowing Primrose's nature, and will just say, "What can I do for you?"
A lot's happened since I joined your crew. Do you remember why?
I remember you joined the crew because you wanted our help taking out the Syndicate.
Do you know why? Do you remember?
Because they killed the Hanar that you were in service to.
That's right. She swings her legs down from the table and leans forward, putting her elbows on the table. I feel like things are not really moving enough for me. I get that what you're doing is very important. But
The Syndicate's also very powerful when they're united under one banner. It's been hard for us to make a move.
I know.
I haven't forgotten, though. I do plan to start taking action. We just need the opportunity.
Alright. I'm just making sure that we're still on the same page.
We are. I've not forgotten. I apologize for the pace at which it's been progressing.
Things happen. I've been on this op for a long time. There's someone I want to bring in on it, though.
Aryn tilts her head and says, "Oh, I was under the impression that you worked alone."
I do work alone. But he has a vested interest in the same thing. We serve the same Hanar.
Aryn nods, says, "All right. If you vouch for him, then that's good enough for me."
I bring it up now because I have reason to believe that he's on Rannoch. Until recently, he's been doing a long job with the Turians, fighting in their war against the Batarians. I don't know exactly why he took it. Maybe it paid well, or maybe it distracted him from what happened to us. But now he's here. And we're here. I don't even know if he'll accept. But I think it's time he stopped distracting himself with bullshit and joined the hunt.
Well,
I tried to convince him back then, but failed.
well, taking the fight to the Batarians is also on our to-do list. Maybe that will interest him.
I don't know why he took that job. If it was for money, I don't think he would care. Depends on whether it was personal or not.
What's he like? Is he as much of a loner as you?
Haven't talked to him in almost a decade. Both of us used to be pretty different people. But he's capable. I know he's at least good at killing.
Well, that comes in handy. So if we were going to make contact with him here, how would we do it? Where might we find him?
I can find him in the capital. I'll make contact. See if he's willing to stop fucking around with odd jobs and help me get revenge for our master.
Alright, I'll leave it in your capable hands then.
If he refuses, he refuses. But I figured I owed it to you to get your permission first before I approached him.
Then you have it.
Alright, when we touch down, I'm gonna split off and find him.
There, nods.
I imagine he's probably working some security gig or something. I can't imagine why else he'd be here.
Well, if he's capable, he's more than welcome.
I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Alright, and we descend.
Alrighty. Alright. On arrival, I'm going to start with Primrose, if everyone's cool with that, as she splits off.
That's fine. Ray will probably take like 30 minutes just telling the crew about like the places she knows because she grew up here.
Yep.
So
Ray grew up on the planet?
yes.
That's what I was gonna ask. Okay. Cool.
The most obvious feature of the capital of Rannoch is the Grand Arc. The Grand Arc being really a conglomeration of multiple Arc ships that were basically deconstructed and built together in a canyon surrounded by like the ruins of the old capital. This massive structure is completely self-sustaining, and what it did is it allowed Quarians to move down to the surface without initially having to like right away brave all of the various problems with being on a planet's surface. So it's basically like this huge mega ship. It can't fly anymore. It's much too big to ever take off, and it wasn't even built to ever take off. It's literally built into the surface of the planet as this kind of fully enclosed city that feels very comfortable and at home for Quarians because it is so similar to like a ship. But it's just like a huge mega building. And then surrounding it are the ruins of the old capital city that have been slowly rebuilt and refurbished. So they aren't really ruins anymore. They've largely been restored. But the restoration effort kind of started at and then spread outward from this Grand Arc structure that was built here. And the Grand Arc is the seat of Vasamal's kingdom, quote unquote. Like he would live here in the upper floors of the Grand Arc. And this is where Primrose immediately heads out to look for an old friend. So Brantly, Yuji did a long stint with the Turians in their war against the Batarians, like years, but has more recently taken some kind of contract or some sort of work here in Rannoch, the details of which are purely up to you. whatever you're here for, whatever reason makes sense for you to be here. It could be as simple as just your contract with the Turians came to an end and there was good money to be had or something. But Primrose has learned that you're here and taken this as an opportunity to make contact again for the first time in a very long time. Not since you both lost your Hanar. And so where would Yuji be right now in the Quarian capital? What's he up to?
Yuji is currently off duty. He did take a security job here, helping train the Quarian in security details to get them more planet side ready. But he's currently off duty and sitting at one of the local bars.
Makes sense. You are in the cantina.
I am in the
Thinking the
cantina.
same thing.
Nice.
Jokes on all of you.
Yeah, so you'll see Primrose stroll in, and it's the first time you've seen her in years and years. You don't know too much about what she's been up to. You know she became a Spectre, and then that's about it, because after becoming a Spectre, she pretty much dropped off the map.
Yeah.
But she'll scan the room and see you and start to make her way over.
Yeah. Yuji's gonna hold up his drink and doing so offer a seat at his table.
She will pull up a chair and sit down. Yuji, long time.
Yes, it's Spectre Primrose nowadays, I think.
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah. So what brings you here? I know you're not the type to talk about feelings and history, so you're obviously here on business.
Yeah, I'm not exactly here to catch up. She leans forward with her elbows on the table.
You just gonna perk up.
I'm here to see if you're done wasting time. We all grieve in our own ways, but I've been traveling with some strong people. I think we have a real shot at avenging. She looks around the room and stops herself from saying the Hanar's name, kind of keeping it to herself. Look, I'm not chasing shadows anymore. We could really make this happen. He deserves it.
I can't believe that you think I've just been wasting time. You know that I had to finish out my contract that he put in place. Since then, I've been gathering information where I can. So if you've been traveling with a group that has a shot at taking down, I got one word for you. Depending on your answer, will let me know how serious you are. What does dragon mean to you?
So you haven't been sitting on your hands. Yeah, I reached the same conclusion. The evidence is pretty clear. Alright. I've been traveling with another Spectre and their crew. It's an Alliance vessel. It was a piece of shit when I joined, but they're working on it. The crew's what's important. They've got some real power. 2 Biotic Asari. They pack a huge punch. Trained Alliance soldiers. One of them is a descendant of Commander Shepard. These aren't nobodies. Dragon's got a lot of allies too. Getting to him is not going to be easy. As much as I'd like to do it by myself, it's not going to happen. We've got to combine resources.
And you're sure that this is their focus.
No, it's not remotely their focus, but it's parallel. They're fighting the Syndicate for another reason, trying to save the galaxy from some great threat. One of the other Syndicate bosses, Rabbit, she's I don't have the whole story, but she's some kind of crazy biotic, and it's a whole thing. They're flying around convincing council leaders to join their cause, but the point is the Syndicate are their enemy. Dragon is going to fall into their scope eventually, if only because if they keep poking this bear, the Syndicate is going to come after them. They already have. We were attacked by 3 of Dragon's ghosts out in Terminus space. A collision is going to happen. The only thing to decide is whether you're going to be there or not when it does.
Well, if it is as you say, then I guess you're right. It's time to stop taking these odd-end jobs and trying to seek out information on my own.
Okay.
I'll
I get that our Hanar is the one who sent you to Palaven, and I respect that. I'm sorry about the things I had to say when you wouldn't come with me before, but let's focus on what matters. Let's get this done.
I'm in.
Good. The pay's shit, by the way. The food's worse.
Yeah, what's new?
All right, let's go.
Before you get your hopes down, don't worry, Brantly. I'll pay you much better than I paid Primrose.
Yeah.
All right, so Primrose and Yuji will make their way back to the SSV Saratoga, which, for your viewing pleasure, looks like this. And Primrose will the crew is Sean said Ray had a lot of work to do first, so I figure the crew will still be there.
Well, Ray's basically like, oh, and that place over there, that's, that used to be a movie theater, and then over there, that's the academy I went to. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Probably one of the first to graduate through that academy, huh?
So Primrose is going to step on the ship and through her device hail Aryn and say, "I've got him. We're coming on board."
I'll be right down.
Which Brantly, you're free to move your token as you please.
Maybe. Why won't you let me?
Oh shoot! Why is it not hooked up? Hold on. That's my fault. Give me a moment. You couldn't move it because of me. There you go.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Primrose says, Yuji, this is the other Spectre. Aryn Talea. Aryn, this is Yuji Shiin.
Pleasure's all mine.
Welcome aboard, Yuji. Primrose speaks highly of you.
Likewise. And this ship is just magnificent.
Primrose rolls her eyes.
Aryn kind of looks side to side at that and says, "Well, humble beginnings and all that."
You should have seen. Oh, go ahead.
She might not be the best equipped of her size, but she's got legs. She can outrun or outpace any other ship, and we're gearing her up to be able to hold her own in a fight.
Oh, trust me. If you should have seen some of the ships that the Turians give the newbies that are coming out of basic training, this will do just fine.
At the far end of the hall in the engine, you hear Decemius go, "No fucking way!" And he makes his way out. Yuji! Bovin 5, 4 years ago. Do you remember?
Uh,
You like vaguely remember one op where there was a Turian special ops who was put on it with you, a sentinel.
yeah. Huh. I do vaguely remember. What what
I
are
mean-
you doing?
To be fair, Drell have perfect memories, so actually,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
they do
remember
have-
it perfectly. You're just being
Yeah.
modest.
I'm just being modest.
Yeah. He's like, I assumed you probably like died or something. Cool to see you're still kicking it around.
Yeah, man. Same to you. I mean, come on. You saw us on that mission. You know I wasn't just kicking the bucket anytime soon.
And Decimus will go up to Aryn and say like, this guy's he's pretty scary. Man, we got a lot of biotics on this friggin' ship now.
Well, with the Simius and Primrose vouching for you, that's more than good enough for me.
I mean, he's good at bowling down Batarians like they're bowling pins. I don't know if that'll translate to anything else. It's the only thing I've ever seen you do.
Well, I've gotten better with age.
Fair enough. I've been stuck with these idiots since they saved me.
Now-
Little rescue op.
Now, why doesn't that surprise me?
don't be mean to Simius.
Oh yeah, that's Ray. We're kind of a thing.
Oh.
He says like kind of quietly, like behind his hand. Anyway, I don't know how you remember Bob 4, but I remember me rescuing you. So
I mean, that's one way to roll the dice, I guess.
yeah, okay, all right. Anyway, yeah, if you want someone dead, you can aim him at them, and he'll run and they'll die. That's basically what he does. Isn't that right, Yuji? That's about your thing.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Decimus will return to the engine bay.
Well, with the trouble that we get into, it may well come to that. Unfortunately, while we're here, we might not be doing as much bowling down as we hope, or as we are prepared for. I hope.
Do you hope?
What am I talking about?
Bloodthirsty Aryn.
No, we might not be doing as much bowling down as we're prepared for, or as we usually would. We're kind of in the middle of bureaucracy here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Not to worry though.
definitely
Next place we go, there will definitely be opponents to attack.
You know, I'm all for it. I am here to support and help whenever I can. Talking is not my forte, but you know, if somebody lifts a finger that shouldn't have left that finger, then they don't have a finger no more, alright? You just let me know.
That's good. We've got more than enough talkers on the ship. More hitters are always welcome. And we're sitting on some pretty sensitive information that might actually make us a target while we're here. So more muscle is not a bad thing.
Aryn here will show you around the ship, says Primrose, just dumping it on Aryn, and then she immediately leaves.
Bye, Primmy.
Try not to
Hate
break
that.
anything.
Did he just call her Primmy?
Oh, she hates it. I wouldn't try it though. I wouldn't try it. I don't know how I'm still standing, to be honest with you, but
Primrose calls from the other end of the ship. I'm in a good mood.
Alright.
that's the first.
Well, Yuji, if you'll follow me this way, please.
Absolutely. You'd lead the way.
She'll go up the stairs, and on her way past the bridge, she'll say, "Exo."
Captain?
Let me move out the way.
This is Yuji. He'll be joining our crew and our ground team. If you can see that he's oriented with the ship, and find him some quarters.
Will do.
Yuji, this is my my first officer, Lieutenant Lucille Shepard.
Shepard. As in the Shepard?
Yeah. Yes. As in the Shepard.
Ooh, really quick. I have to give Brantly a very small amount of context to make sure no roleplay gets messed up.
Okay.
This universe is bad ending. The Geth were wiped out. The genophage wasn't cured, and Commander Shepard, who is female, set off the catalyst, destroying the Reapers, but also destroying all the mass relays. And it took like a decade to get them fixed again, and everything went to shit while that was happening.
Gotcha.
So there's your context for Commander
Gotcha.
Shepard. Yeah.
Okay.
So hero asterisk sort of. I mean, she
Depending
defeated the
on where you
Reapers, but she also
stand.
kind of fucked everything up. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's a tough name to live up to, or with, however you want to.
Well,
Take it.
She's not her mother and does not like being compared to her.
That's fair.
No.
Wait, with that introduction, Arrow kind of just smirk and say, "I'll let the two of you get acquainted then."
Welcome aboard the Saratoga.
She already hates him.
That's it. One sentence. You already assume I hate this guy. We've got one test. You know I have one test.
Hey, yeah.
See if he passes. Quick question: was there ever a cannon for Kronk heading out, or?
So Kronk is still with the ship. He is going to be on ship security and weapons until there is an organic narrative write out for him,
Sure.
which might even not be till the Krogan homeworld. He's just going to be like an NPC, basically.
Okay, I was just not sure if I could shove him into Kronk's room if there had been a Kronk exit, 'cause I didn't hear one.
No, you can put him in Kronk's room, yeah. Kronk has not narratively exited, but he is basically just NPC crew for a while.
Oh, you get the big room.
Gronk realized
Yeah,
how
it's-
fun
For
it
the
was
big boy.
in the gun bay all day, so he's now also sitting in the gun bay all day.
This one always disappears, so it's a good one. Good thing
Yeah,
That was
that's right.
Arturo's room, though. That's one of the ones that's been airlocked twice now, I think.
Yeah, even as EXO, Lucille is not taking that cabin. No.
It is
Let
very
me
funny.
show you.
There have been 2 space battles in which a hole was blown open in the ship. Both times it was determined by dice where the hole was, and both times it was Arturo's bedroom.
The smallest
Oh.
bedroom in the
Both,
ship, by the
both
way.
times
Yeah.
Arturo's bedroom has been blown
Oh,
open.
You
yeah.
have
it-
the
it
least
is
amount
the
of
smallest.
possessions.
Gosh, all
You
the
have the
others
least
are 2
amount
by
of possessions.
3. His is
Yeah.
2 by 2. Aaron's is
So
a 3 by
Arturo
3.
has lost all of his possessions out into space twice.
Like
Yeah,
on the one hand, it's a good thing his room's pretty Spartan. The only thing that was
Yeah.
in there was like his weapons and his alcohol. But it's still all of his like collectible weapons and his alcohol.
That's rough. That's rough.
If you had a nickel for every time that happened, you'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's
It's
still
not a-
weird that it's happened twice.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's your vintage alcohol from like 2000. No.
So anyway, you get the room next to that.
Yeah, let me show you to your room, which will be right here. She motions to the door.
Very spacious. I appreciate it. I was expecting.
Engineering.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Engineering is continuing down the hall on the 1st level, and you came in via the cargo bay, so that would be the extent of your tour. Congratulations. Welcome to the Saratoga.
Well, I am just fascinated. If you don't mind, I'll just kind of walk around, get my bearings, and meet some of the crew.
Don't play around in engineering too long with the engines. Ray is making sure things are back to ship shape, and Decimus is the only one that's generally allowed to touch things, just as a warning.
Okay.
Quick
I will
question.
take that. Do I have questions?
Would you care for... No, a question for you.
Okay.
Would you care for a red vine?
A say that one more time.
Would you? Lucille pulls a package of red vine, blue bag, red candy out of her pocket. Would you care for a red vine?
You know what? It's a special day. Sure, I will take one of these red vines.
Watching from afar, Aryn like goes back around the corner, going ding 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 ding. We have a winner.
Does somebody say red vines? I have a passive perception of 19. I know I heard the red vines.
Eon wants her flicks.
So as a Drell, you are now holding a heavily processed piece of human candy filled with chemicals, preservatives, fake colors, and fake sweeteners, all like chemically designed to technically be ingestible by humans, in your hand, not knowing what it would do to your physiology if you were to eat it, being a Drell.
Yeah. So you just like sword fight with this, or?
Generally, you eat it. But let me know if you have any other questions. And she just walks past the packages back in her pocket, and she heads back to the bridge.
Usually just gonna take a small, like, baby goat-sized bite. Like,
It's
It's
plastic with a hint of despair.
Back in the cockpit, she looks at David. He's decent. We keep him.
Don't get attached to it.
Ground team to the airlock. We will be deploying in a few minutes. We've got work to do.
Almost compared me to her, so, had to test.
Take your
Seemed
time.
decent.
Take your time to go around and meet people, Yuji. But when you're ready, we'll be meeting at the airlock to go out.
I really just got comfortable in my pilot's chair, and she's already telling us to rally up.
Oh, big baby, you're fine.
But no, Yuji can be the main character for a bit and go around doing all the dialogue if you'd like.
Yep.
Go running, press
Go
A on
right
everybody. Yeah.
yeah.
And
Just
your
go
choice to
ahead.
hit all those investigation prompts or just spam A through everything.
Yeah, we're spamming at this point. We can talk as we go.
Whoop, up, yep.
Hi, Yuji. Welcome aboard the Skip.
Skip.
Let me know if there's any place. Skip!
Alright, let's go fucking downstairs. Ugh.
I mean, now would be a good time to go to the meeting room and get everyone at once.
No.
We can
No?
go to airlock.
Is everyone downstairs? Oh.
Yeah, we got an
yeah,
airlock.
and
We can play that awkward
Oh.
music while we wait.
Well, we know where we're going.
I
and
do-
We'll conference room after that to figure out our
Yeah,
next move.
Why are you cornered?
He's a Drell. That's what they
He
do.
smells,
We
he
got
smells red
I do
vine.
add
Ah,
Yuji to
he
the
was
birthday
leaning
board.
on the wall. I got you.
You added
Alright.
him to the birthday. Do you even know his birthday?
I put his name up. We'll get the birthday later. But the name's added. That's what's important.
Oh my god, Lucille,
Birthdays aren't on the
let's
calendar.
go.
They're in the heart.
Aryn, you're just mad because you haven't given us your birthday day either, so you don't get a fucking gift.
When you get to be my age, you stop counting.
Somebody gave me
When you get to be your age, I think you'd count more.
Somebody gave me access to the crew records, so I know Aaron's birthday.
Ray's behind Aryn doing the whole hand talk thing and mouthing, "When you get to be my age, you stop counting."
Aaron kind of like wags a finger in the air and says, "Careful, Eon. Doctor-patient confidentiality."
That's fair. It could be a lie too. I don't. Never know.
You know what? I don't want to know. There, I said it.
All right.
Yes, you do.
as you guys head out of the
Okay.
ship and make your way into the Grand Arc, as you enter the Grand Arc, you find yourself in a massive open chamber, metal pillars going up hundreds of feet to the ceiling, the walls hundreds of feet apart. There are elevators everywhere going up, down, across, and it's kind of like a public forum where tons of Quarians are just grouped here, meeting with one another, talking, and there's kind of there's a loud background noise of discussion throughout the chamber, but it is pierced slightly by the raised tone of a Quarian that is standing on top of a metal crate, speaking to a crowd. And this Quarian is saying, "For too long, the orbital fleet suck the resources of our planet like parasites, but live in fear of stepping onto its surface. We, the people of Rannoch, deserve to be an independent nation." And this kind of thing. Just like soapboxing to like a big group of Quarians in the main form.
The town crier.
Yeah, viva la revolution!
Seems like anti-fleet sentiment is strong down here.
Is it always like this, Ray?
They weren't
gotten-
like this when you left.
It's gotten worse while you've been gone, for sure.
How long have you been gone?
It's only been maybe a couple of years at this point.
Oh wow, so pretty relatively quickly.
I've been
Ray is
wondering-
also actively keeping her head down, and like she's like in the middle of the group. And she's like, "Let's go this way."
Trying not to get seen, yeah.
Exactly.
I've been wondering, Ray. At what point does your name change from Rannoch to Vassaratoga?
Oh, I don't really know actually. It's kind of the old ways, and it's not a Quarian ship. Usually, it's reserved for Quarian ships. But I mean,
Oh, we need more Quarian.
I'd have to get the blessing from my uncle, but I could change my name.
Just a thought. Not that there's anything wrong with the ring of your name. So, where would we go to get an audience with this Admiral Vasamal?
The government building is this way, and Ray will lead them there.
All right. You arrive at an elevator, and the elevator is huge. It's like a 50-foot wide chamber that, as you guys step into it, tons of other Quarians enter, and then it begins to shoot upward. And every so often, it'll stop at a floor, and a ton of Quarians will get out, and more Quarians will get in, and it feels more like a vertical subway line than an elevator because of its size and how many Quarians are getting on and off, because the Grand Arc is largely vertical. It's a sphere for the most part, so going up and down is a lot of people's commute.
Are there any people besides us on this elevator?
Or
Or do we have any moment of privacy?
Oh, I just... Am I insane, or did I just get done narrating there's like a shit ton of Quarians coming off, right? Didn't I just...
Well, I didn't know if there was...
am I crazy?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't know
Oh.
if there were a lot of different elevator, like, doors that people were going in and out of, how big these elevators were, or if there anybody in the same elevator that we are in.
Certainly there are. The elevator you're in is 50 feet wide with seating, and there's like tons of Quarians coming in and out.
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay,
constantly.
so we're not talking hotel elevator.
Yeah.
This is
No.
bulk elevator.
Giant elevator full of tons of Quarians that are getting on and off at every stop. Yeah. My bad.
Packed like
Oh.
sardines.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Aryn will know how to choose her words for this. She'll say, Yuji, perhaps I should have briefed you on the ship, but you should probably know what it is that we're doing here, and I can give you a more detailed briefing later on in the privacy of the ship.
Yeah, that sounds great, Captain. But hey, do what you need to do. I'm just here to follow your lead. Don't worry about me.
All right, I can keep the confidential details sparse, but she'll say softly enough that if there's like any commotion going on around her, it might not be picked up. But she'll say there is a galaxy level threat. We are here to recruit the Quarians to the cause of opposing it. Essentially, we've met with some mixed results from the fleet admirals. We're getting the lay of the land of all the admirals, though, before we pursue a course of action.
I don't know how great the admiral will be down here, but I can say he paid very well for me to train the security here.
All right. Hopefully, we won't need to see the opposite end of that security.
Yeah,
Nah.
Vasamal paid you to train Quarian troops in ground combat, almost as though getting ready for something. Yuji would have seen a lot of like very mobilized Quarian military effort, particularly focused on like infantry and ground troops, something that the Quarian people didn't need to worry about before because they were pretty much always spaceborne.
We've gotten the sense that drastic change is in the works for the Quarians. One way or another, change is going to come about. We're just seeing if we can make sure that change is in the favor of the greater good.
Well, consider me a fan of the plan.
Will do.
Finally, the elevator reaches the top floor, now with far fewer Quarians on it. And they all get out at the same stop, the very top, which is a long hallway. It branches off to tons of different government rooms that the Quarians that rode the elevator up with you, they all like kind of filter out into these various different rooms for different purposes. But at the end of the hall is a pair of double doors that lead to a Quarian at a desk who is more or less the secretary for the Admiral.
And if she's not addressed, Aryn will speak up first. And
Yeah, as you approach the desk, she does not address you at first.
okay. She'll say, "I'd like an audience with the Admiral, please."
You'll need to make an appointment, she says, not looking up.
Not being looked at, Aryn sees as rude and just kind of clears her throat and says, "I'm a council spectre. I am here on business."
The Quarian looks up at you and then says, "All right, I'll see." And into her interface, she'll say, "I've got a council specter here who wants to talk to you." All right, I'll send her in. And the doors next to her like unlock. You can go ahead.
And she'll nod. "Thank you." And she will proceed on in.
Ray will whisper in Aaron's ear, "I'm pretty sure I went to school with her. She's always been a bitch."
Damn.
Ray knows people here.
One moment.
Yeah, if you're looking to get stuff here, what person you gotta speak to is Ray. Whatever you need, she can get for you. Just don't ask how. That don't matter.
As you enter the room, you find Admiral Vasamal speaking to a female Quarian.
Uh-oh.
I fucking hate you so much, Sam.
Uh-oh.
I literally have that poster in my room right now.
Oof.
Oh no.
I know it.
Oh no.
And he says, he's like mid-sentence as you're coming in, if you need anything else, let me know. And she turns toward the party, like on her way out of the room. She's putting her visor back on, and her eyes fall on the party, and she kind of squints at you as she passes out of the office.
Aryn would kind of just give her just a slight nod as like just a respectful sign between specters.
The door is shut behind her. Vasamal's office is very traditional. It is filled with old, archaic pieces of art from the before times. Ancient tablets and statues and paintings, tapestries. Vasamal himself is dressed in like very traditional, very old style Quarian garb. And in fact, there is an alien bird perched on like a little outcropping next to his desk that's clearly intended for it. It looks like it might be his pet. It's a sort of alien bird that's native to Rannoch. It has a big jagged beak, and it occasionally just goes quack.
That's the sound that we're
Like
hearing
that?
in the background.
Yes, you're hearing his bird. Yeah,
I love that you did that at the
Yep.
same exact time as the bird in the audio.
amazing. Yeah.
Great actor.
So and there's like the he's also got he's got like traditional instruments, all kinds of stuff. It's super like it's almost like if you meet someone who has like a bunch of stuff from their homeland, like really traditional, really old style, like decor and everything.
Mhm.
It's clear that he is like hardcore about the like Quarian heritage. It's all over the room. It's all over him. And as you enter, he says, "Another specter. To what do I owe the pleasure?" And then he sees Ray. "Ah, I think I have an idea,
Uh-oh.
but I'll let you speak first."
And Aryn was about to speak before he recognized Ray and said something, and so she kind of stops and looks back and forth between them, and shakes that off. Says, "Well then, it's probably not exactly what you think. My name is Aryn Talia. I'm a specter for the council, and I'm going around talking with the admirals because I'm trying to gauge your level of support for contributing forces to the Galactic Readiness Task Force for a galaxy-level threat that has emerged. I'm sure you've been briefed on it."
Interesting. Yes, this is the Primarch's pet project, as I understand it. He messaged me about it a while ago. This galactic level threat, though, he was very vague on the details. I don't suppose you could enlighten me.
Certainly. I'm sure at his level he has the clearance for it. It is a very powerful biotic being that we believe is susceptible to technological adversaries, not as able to combat them as easily. This is not just some rogue Asari. This is somebody that can control minds from across the galaxy, can conjure up summons, I guess, or constructs of biotic nature that can blot out star systems.
I'd call it a biotic projection out of character, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or construct, yeah. Projection or construct, yeah.
And this is all effortless. We have fought her directly in combat, and we were barely able to scratch the surface of what she can do. But she seems less than able to affect our tech-based what am I trying to say here? Tech seems to be more effective against her than trying to fight biotics with biotics. And so while it may not be as important to get every species of the galaxy involved with this, the participation of the Quarians would be very, very valuable. And possibly game-changing. It might be the difference between victory or defeat.
I say,
He doesn't need to know about the...
he looks at Ray again. I imagine the technology you seek from us, that wouldn't have happened to have been her idea.
No, in fact, it was not.
Ray is fiddling with her hands super fast.
We learned of this vulnerability from another source, and I only know the Quarian's ability with technology from reputation. Though, from what I've seen from my engineer here, it is not a reputation that is understated.
Well, the work across the galaxy repairing all the relays.
That too.
That was a testament to the ingenuity of the Quarian people.
Perhaps. There's a great difference between repairing relays and going to war.
Certainly. And that's another thing I actually wanted to ask about. Is that to repair the relays, your people leaned heavily on Reaper tech.
A necessary evil.
Was there any special technique you had to use to stabilize it?
We lobotomized it.
I see.
Fixing relays with Reaper tech was not actually the hard part, you see. The difficult part was ripping out the mind. Reapers were living things, thinking beings. If you've ever stood inside the corpse of a Reaper, you'll understand how even dead, it worms its way into your mind. So the hard part was ripping that out, expunging the soul, leaving behind cold, hard steel, circuitry with no thought, obedient and predictable, safe.
Well, that puts me more at ease at how heavily we're using it then.
Yes, indeed.
But back to the main reason why we're here, though. We're trying to convince the admirals to lend their votes to, to your people contributing to this task force. And I understand you voted against it. I'd like to see if I could change your mind.
I voted against it because the Quarians for which I am responsible are down here on Rannoch. It seemed clear to me that by and large the admirals of the fleet wouldn't go for this. And at the end of the day, it's their ships and their Quarians who would fight your war.
That does make sense. And I've given some thought to your situation, because it does seem like the fleet is something of a drain on the resources of your planet, but that is because it is not utilized the same way that other races use their fleets. That is to explore and extend influence and harvest resources of their own. Fleets can bring valuable things back to the homeworlds, but if they're kept in orbit like yours, then, well, it lends towards isolationism. Shuts out the rest of the galaxy and really limits what you're going to be capable of doing on your own.
An interesting perspective. What would you have us do? Colonize other worlds?
Well, I understand you're still in the midst of colonizing your own.
Precisely.
Then, you could either decommission your fleet until it is needed, keeping the resource drain low, but I understand that many of your people still live up there and choose the life of the spacer. The other option would be to deploy your fleet and put it to use.
Unfortunately, they do. Something I have been trying to rectify. It's time that our people return to their roots before the great mistake. And Ray would know that a particular group of Quarians, which makes up a lot of the population, like to refer to the creation of the Geth as the Great Mistake. Capital G, capital M.
Another perspective.
Ray like actively looks away from him when he says that.
Yeah.
Another perspective is that if you were to cast your vote for your people to join this task force, it wouldn't be the people under your protection, the ones on the ground, that would be doing it. It would mainly be the ones on the fleet, and the ones on the ground would mainly contribute with invention and innovation.
Weapons manufacturing, then.
Manufacture, development. Any technology we can bring to bear against this threat will help. Even if it's utility to support other forces. It doesn't even have to just be weapons.
And all of this is because of one Asari.
One Asari that should not be underestimated. One Asari that we thought was actually some manifestation of a biotic god before we were able to see through the illusion that she was putting up. But the illusion bites very hard.
He has power beyond any of our comprehension at the moment.
If she were to visit this or any other homeworld, I have no doubt that she could obliterate any resistance within the star system without breaking a sweat.
So why hasn't she? What's she doing right now?
She's gained the support of the entire syndicate, so she has strong allies on her side. Even if her power is being overstated, she's developing a fleet of her own. A fleet, ground forces, terrible power and influence.
So she does have an army.
Yes, it is not just her. If we could get rid of her, then perhaps the army that she has under her control would fall. But we need an army of our own.
The Syndicate have been a thorn in our side ever since the Reaper War ended. They've raided our fleet. They've killed our people many times in the past. So, framed as a galactic task force to address the long-term threat posed by the Syndicate and their chokehold over terminus space, I imagine that many of the Quarian people would be happy to lend their aid. However, so long as the fleet admirals refuse to come to a consensus, it isn't my place to force this war upon them.
Well, we know that one fleet admiral is highly in support of going to war. Another one is, well...
You spoke with Ronnie, did you?
We've spoken with all of them so far. The only one we've not been able to sway was Admiral Yafu, which I'm sure comes as no surprise to you.
I'm quite sure that she could not be swayed by hurricane force winds.
No. But I am interested in seeing your people united. And so I wanted to try to get the support of all 4 admirals to this cause, if possible. But she's proving to be a difficult nut to crack.
I wish I could help you, Spectre. Unfortunately, our people are not united. We remain as divided as ever, perhaps more than ever. Here on Rannoch, I am creating a society based on the old ideals of our ancestors, where our people can return to their roots, live as they did before the great mistake, before our history became wrapped up and tainted by a war of our own creation. We're returning to those times here. I cannot speak for the fleet. The Quarians who choose to live up there, I have no authority over them. It is their choice. All I can do is what's right for my people, down here on Rannoch. And while I am not opposed to joining your task force, there is little that we could do for you without the support of the fleet.
All right. Well, it is good to know where you stand. I suppose we'll keep pulling at the political strings and see what it is that we can do. I'm interested in getting your people's support, but I'm also interested in seeing them united, whether that is on the ground, in space, or somewhere in between.
Realize that we don't need Yafu's vote. If you flip Koro's in, I'll vote in favor as well, and that will be a 3-1 majority.
All right. We'll talk it over. Thank you very much for seeing us, and it was a pleasure meeting you.
The pleasure was mine, Spectre.
Oh, sorry, I did forget one thing.
Yes.
We did get Yafu to bend on one thing. If your
What's
people
that?
were merely a supplier for the war effort, inventions, shields, weapons, technology, without having to commit a single soul to the cause, then Yafu would actually rally her support behind it. However, we're not able to get Admiral Ronnie to agree to those terms because she won't agree to anything other than a full head-on committal.
Yafu has outstayed her welcome. She is stuck in the mindset of the fleet during our century's exile from Rannoch. She's a relic of that time. I would side with Ronnie, if only to perhaps goad that old bag into vetoing and finally giving up her seat.
That would be my concern, is that her convictions are strong enough that she would do that, and we'd lose the resolution all the same.
But you would gain me as an ally if you helped me rid our government of her stagnant hold.
If an admiral does vacate their position in order to veto a movement, what's to stop their replacement from just voting the way that that you want? Is there a time limit in place before the same proposal can be laid before the Admiralty?
Before I make something up, I'll check with Sean. Sean, is there? That's a good question.
Technically, they could just vote on it again immediately, but the way the way Tally says it is that it's basically like they're all honor bound to basically forget about it, like move on, for at least a couple years and just pretend like, that vote was just a no, and they just have to move on. That's the way Tally kind of explains it. So That's what I'm gonna go by. Is that technically they could just go ahead and do it again immediately after that person vacated their seat, but like their honor, they're not supposed to.
So the
Like it goes
Quarians,
against the code.
so the Quarians operate on an honor system. I'm beginning to see where Ray's rose-tinted visor comes from.
For my part, I would have assumed that the admiral that gave up their seat, so long as they've given up that seat and they don't run again and they do not return to government office, then like their veto stays. I feel like the veto would not be like a one and done. It is like a lasting thing, because it's the only way that like makes sense to me. If you give up your seat to veto and then they just push it through later without you, then that feels kind of bullshit. Like no one would ever do it. So
Yeah,
Well,
that
yeah,
makes sense.
right.
I feel
That's
like-
why I said Tally says it's like an honor thing. Like basically
Yeah.
the rule is if someone gives up their seat to veto something, then you forget about it.
yeah,
You don't push it again and anything, but there's actually not anything against the rules that says they have to.
but they wouldn't.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
they would. Supposedly they would.
Yeah.
Unless you had a bunch of dickheads like apparently we have right now.
Hey, there were dickheads in the game.
That's true.
There were Quarian dickheads in the game. I did not invent the Quarian dickhead. That is pre-existing. All right.
No.
Anyway,
In Sean's mind, all Quarians are pure until we actually start
remember
digging
one
into
Quarian-
the politics.
I remember one Quarian in Mass Effect in particular really ticked me off. But anyway,
And I'm betting it was
Probably
Han
someone.
Garel. I'm probably wrong. It's just the only name I remember.
all right. Will that be all, Spectre?
That'll be all. Thank you very much for meeting with us
Of course.
and taking time out of your, I'm sure, busy schedule.
Yes.
In her mind, walking away, it's like, not as busy as the ones up there, though.
As you guys head out, she's waiting in the hall.
Oh no.
That's not a good sign.
Hey, nobody panic. Adam's been under the sensor dampening thing this
I
whole
really
time.
wish Conk was here. I want to hide behind him.
It's alright, you've got
Tal-
Yuji now. He's a Battlemaster, too.
Tali approaches Ray. Sorry, do you have a moment?
Sure.
She'll lean down a little bit to be like kind of level with Ray, and she's got her visor off, so she's looking at you like barefaced.
I'll give the two of you some privacy.
Mm.
Aaron will give them some space.
Eon will whisper to Ray, I'm right here if you need me.
Oh yeah, Aaron's keeping them in eyesight and everything, but...
I just wanted to ask you something. I hope it isn't a bother.
No, of course not.
It's about your mother.
Okay.
How do you feel about her?
Oh no.
Tally's pupils dilate, like she's staring straight at Ray, like through the visor, like watching really closely for body language or any kind of like any tick in how she responds.
She's my mom, and I love her and miss her.
Aaron's gonna cast Biotic Presence and just kind of use it to reach out to Ray and
I was thinking about doing the same thing.
give her some comfort.
Lucille
you-
hasn't moved. She's in that space where the party was, right next to Ray.
Do you happen to know much about about her values, about what she was trying to do?
Sorry, I'm reading the buff I just got.
It's guidance. You get a D4 to a skill check.
I know what I was told. I know that she died for Rannoch, one of the first to volunteer to go suitless.
Is that all?
No. I know that the government wasn't a big fan of her.
And why do you suppose that was?
Ray will let out a breath and stand up straight and be like, because she thought what we did to the Geth was wrong. Because she thought what Shepard did to the Geth was wrong.
When you say what Shepard did to the Geth, Tally's eyes flash with like there's like an instant where her expression, she like loses the facade, and you see like rage, like pure bloodthirsty rage, and then it's gone. It's gone in an instant. She only slipped for like half a second, goes back to her like kind of cold smile. And what do you think? Do you think what Shepard did was wrong? Do you think Shepard's sacrifice was pointless?
I plead the fifth.
Give me a deception check.
Fuck, dude.
Remember, kids, we don't talk to crazy.
You've got a D4.
Oh,
You got a D4 down.
oh.
Tally quickly puts her visor on and begins to walk out. Like walk down the hall away from the party. Thank you. Sorry for bothering you.
Uh-huh.
Please enjoy
That's
your
not good.
time on Rannoch and stay safe. Rela Salai. She disappears around a corner.
Ray will turn to Aryn and be like, I just remembered. We saw her grave at Joker's dig site.
You sure did.
Who did
Oh!
Joker
We did.
bury?
And who
That's a
the
good
fuck was
question.
that?
We might have another possible.
We won't talk about that here.
All I'm hearing is I won't feel as bad when we have to kill her.
Fair.
We should head south.
Let's head back to the ship first. Talk things over.
Lucille is right at Ray's shoulder.
I'm just imagining Sean on his porch going through whole cigars, like like Bugs Bunny style, like the whole thing turns to ash, right? Poor
Dude.
Sean.
You're such a jerk, man. She was killed off, and I was perfectly happy. I was like, don't have to worry about any drama with my favorite fucking fictional character of all time.
She's dead. It's fine. It's fine. What? Oh.
All right, you guys head back to the ship.
Aryn, you realize she's going to be a problem, right?
A problem that we'll deal with later.
So
Are you
All right.
okay, Ray?
Well, if only one person's going to call me out about my mom and my past, then I guess it might as well be the one person who stays generally quiet to the public about it.
Parents are shit.
You arrive back at the Saratoga. As you approach, Jeff Moreau is outside sitting on a cliff by the landing pad, like looking at the Grand Arc, just like, woo, man, they made him bigger. Just like
Jeff.
getting some air, hanging out.
Jeff, I know it's probably a lot of it is not a great memory for you, but you had a grave to Tali'Zorah Vasamal at your site. Was she actually in there, or was that a...
I mean, that's kind of a really bizarre question, but actually, no. It was symbolic. I never found her. We crashed on the planet's surface. The ship scraped its way 10 miles over terrain. It came apart. Pieces of it were left all over the place. And then the syndicate came and they took me, and by the time they deposited me, I don't know. I always assumed they killed her and tossed her over a cliff somewhere, or she got lost in the crash. But no, I never actually found her body.
And you're sure she was on the ship when it crashed?
To be quite honest, I wasn't. I'm not quite sure who was on the ship and who wasn't. I know Shepard would typically bring a couple people down with her on the surface on ops, but this was a different kind of operation on Earth. I was up to my ears in tension. We were all scared. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was dead focused on the cockpit. Keep the ship in the air. Keep alive. Don't get killed by a Reaper. I don't actually remember who Shepard brought down.
Well, I don't know how much... Actually, David, should I tell him?
As long as you're sure.
Well, I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, Ronnie, are you muted?
Ronnie.
Ronnie!
What's up? No, I'm here. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm dealing with stuff on my side again. That's why I've been muted this whole time.
Ray's gonna tell Joker that Tally's still alive, if that's okay with David.
Welcome back to the game, Ronnie.
Come on, man. He just looks at her and just slowly shifts a head behind Tally a moment and then slowly shifts it back. Sure, why not? Caden wasn't that bad, for him. Sure. I'm sure he'll be totally fine that, another of his crew is alive after everything. Why not? Sure. It'll be a
Jeff,
gas.
Tally is still alive. She's actually here.
No way.
Yeah, we just... And she swallows really loudly. Spoke with her.
Jeff kind of 1,000-yard stares out into the open canyon. Well, shit, where is she?
But
I'll admit, I mean, we weren't exactly close. Like, I passed her in the hallway on the Normandy, but it wasn't like we hung out or anything. But fuck, you'd think she would have... Well, I guess she wouldn't have reached out. There's no way she would have known I was alive. Oh, fuck, I gotta show her I'm alive.
if we see her again, we'll let her know.
My David's eyes kind of narrows a little bit.
Bit of a
Not-
reminder to everybody. Joker's in love with an AI.
Him being in love with an AI isn't gonna get him. It's not like he's the AI.
No, but he wants to save Edie.
And don't bring that up.
Pretty sure Tally knew Edie.
Look, there's something you should all know. The mission mission we went on to stop the Reapers, to activate the catalyst. You had to be there. It was absolute chaos. It was terror. And then the catalyst went off. And everything went to hell immediately. The systems were failing. We were thrown God knows where. And then there was the crash, and then we were attacked by the Syndicate. Those graves I made by the Normandy crash site were almost entirely symbolic. Everything was crazy. I don't actually know what happened to most of the crew, but I assume that most of them are dead. There's a couple I definitely I found their body and I buried them, but some of those graves were just markers. To be
How
honest,
many
I was
of
stuck
them
on
were markers?
a lot of them. To be honest.
David just covers his face in his hands and just.
Wait, you're telling me Garrus might actually still be alive?
Oh no. Oh no.
Probably.
Oh no.
All I found was Garrus's gun, and I buried that under his marker. I never found his body.
Slowly shifts his gaze over to Tally now.
I gotta go onto the ship, and Ray will walk away.
She's gonna vomit in her helmet.
As Tully's leaving, Jeff is like, "Look, I didn't tell you guys because I didn't want you to get your hopes up. Listen, they're probably dead. I didn't bring this up because the last thing I wanted was for any of you to go hunting ghosts. With everything that happened, with what happened to Earth, what happened to the Normandy, it's a miracle. If what you're saying is true, if Tally's alive, it's an absolute miracle. She made it out of all that hell. It might be a bit too much to hope for that anyone else did, but I guess it's possible." Jeff looks at Aryn not sure what to do. I really don't want to derail everything with this.
That's all right, Dave. That's all right, Joker. This is mainly just an inconsistency we needed to figure out.
It's a bit of whiplash for me. I made my peace a long time ago with all my friends going down in that fight. Whether they were Earthside or on the Normandy, whether they were in the crash or ended up in the Syndicate's crosshairs, I had a long time alone on that rock to make my peace with being the last survivor. And yeah, I didn't have the remains of every single one of them, but I mean, if more of them lived, you'd think we would have heard about it. You'd think they would have made their presence known somewhere, right? We've been to the Citadel a dozen times with me in tow and haven't heard a damn thing.
Well, the Reaper War changed a lot of people.
Why? Do you know why Tally has been... I mean, if she had made herself known, if she had told anyone, hey, I'm Tally, I'm alive, people would know her name. This would be common knowledge. It wouldn't be a surprise. She would have had to deliberately keep that a secret.
Well, you should know that she's a Spectre now. She works for Vasamal.
Whoa, what? Who? Vaseline?
Admiral Vasamal, the Quarian admiral in charge of the planet.
She's a Spectre. Huh! Damn. Alright.
So it makes sense that she would have had to keep a low profile.
Yeah, what's she doing for Admiral Vasaline?
Aaron's gonna spend another Sentinel point to put up a privacy screen It's very important that what I tell you does not leave this area.
What? Okay. I mean, this is Tali we're talking about. Like, it's hard to even imagine her being a Spectre. She was so, like, soft-spoken, I guess. She was kind of quiet on the Normandy. I mean, maybe a little shy, even.
She hunts down AI now. Or anybody that would bring them back. Her goals and yours don't align anymore.
Oh. What? Why? What the fuck?
I don't know why. I can't begin to imagine what went on in her head after everything that happened.
Shoot. That really puts a wrench in things for you guys too, huh?
Mm-hmm. She would otherwise be a very valuable ally.
I wish I could say, just get me in front of her and I'll talk to her. Old friends, right? It'll work out. But like I said, she was on the Normandy with her, but I didn't know her that well. She was really only close with Commander Shepard. She didn't get especially close with anyone else on the crew. She kind of kept to herself a little bit, and she was nice.
Except
Perfectly
for Gareth.
friendly. Yeah, but Jeff doesn't know that.
I know, but that's
Jeff
where I'm
doesn't know
starting to
that.
think. That's where I'm starting to think that that's part of the web that might be weaving this together for me.
Garrus, got time to talk? Can it wait? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
Anyway, says Jeff, if she's changed, or maybe she was never the person I thought she was, I guess, I don't know. I mean, part of me wants to say, hey, Tali, remember me? It's Jeff Moreau. Let's reminisce. But at the same time, I don't really want her to kill me.
If you do speak with her, any mention of Edie.
Edie, yeah, that's the problem, huh? You know, she was never thrilled about Edie to begin with. I mean, it wasn't a problem, but she wasn't exactly excited about it at the time.
Pray?
Oh, and you should have seen when Commander Shepard tried to bring that Geth on board. Tali was pissed. I guess I can kind of see this.
Shepard brought
Yes.
a Geth on board?
Briefly, it didn't pan out very well. Tali was not happy about that one.
So in this version, Legion didn't even really become a thing.
Yeah, it didn't.
Well,
yeah.
Here's another thing, and this would probably actually be common knowledge. Was was Tali exiled, or did Shepard actually manage to convince the Admiralty board to let her stay?
She was exiled.
Okay, that's what I. Okay, so yeah, this is
exiled Tali who convinced Shepard not to keep Legion around, and then was like full anti-Geth, and then Shepard died to activate the catalyst to kill all the Reapers.
Boy,
and
I bet
she
shot
is
Rex too.
Tali. This is a Tali who believes she is carrying on Shepard's legacy. That this is that she's like carrying on the good work that Shepard did to protect the galaxy from synthetics.
Okay, all right.
That's how it all fell together for this Tali. Yeah.
Just the worst possible Tali ending.
This is the worst possible Tali.
Short
correct.
of Tali throwing herself off a cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that we can all agree is the
Besides
worst
her just
possible
straight
Tali
up
ending.
dying.
Yeah.
This is the
That
worst
was
possible.
horrible.
Yeah. That's could never bring myself to do that.
what is it, Aryn?
Can you do a thorough search? I want to make sure none of us were bugged while we were in there.
Yeah, of course.
If I heard
And I'm
by
gonna-
anyone else, I want to make sure we are not transmitting anything.
I want to sense Biotic as well.
I'm gonna give
Let me
Ray
get that.
biotic presence for that.
All right.
The tech check, or
Do you have any kind of tech spell for this, or do you just want to do a check?
Would it be investigation?
It would be investigation, yeah.
Which Aryn also has, so can Aryn do some checks as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I didn't roll very well.
Yeah, it's either investigate or it's possible there's a tech spell for detecting stuff. I don't know.
I think
I don't
there
know if
is.
that's
Don't
there
know
or
if Ray
not.
has it though.
Yeah.
I think there's a detect magic for for tech.
That would be what you're looking for, yeah.
Tech scanner.
Tech scanner, yeah.
negative. Is that a 0 level spell?
That's a first.
Level spell? I do not have that as of now, but I will.
You can just roll investigate then. Might be worth picking up sometime.
That might be something you want me to do then.
Oh,
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
You want to take a roll at it, Arturo?
Arturo can try it.
You're a
yeah.
security guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's kind of my thing.
Sorry, we're on Rannoch, so I'm leaning on Ray for everything. I'm sorry, Arturo. I didn't mean
Actually,
to forget
our
about you over here
investigation.
before.
Actually, her investigation is the exact same modifier.
Okay. Well, you're bound to do better than us. We rolled a 1 and a 3. Yeah, there we go.
Ignore the +2, but there you go.
I think Yuji's also good with investigations too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Negative.
Oh,
Are you
So-
not? Oh, I thought you were. Damn.
Nope.
Well, Arturo kind of looks like frisks people to try to find something, and does discover on the inside, underneath of the back of Ray's kind of hood part of her outfit, a minuscule, a tiny little metal disc, smaller than the nail of someone's pinky finger. No lights, completely opaque, not shiny in any way, almost perfectly flat, adhered to the inside of it. It was a DC 25 to find.
Woo!
Ooh.
It looks like it is likely some type of tracking device.
But it's not listening to us.
No, just
Good.
tracking. It's
Oh.
too small to be listening. It's like a
Yeah.
tracking beacon.
Just in case there was listening, that's why I had the privacy screen up.
Yeah.
So
But,
Arturo will ask Ray. Ray, has anybody made any contact with you outside of the immediate group? Physical?
I mean, Tali was pretty close to me. I didn't
And the
feel
elevators.
if anyone's interested in where we'd be going, it'd be her,
It'd be her, or it'd be one of the admirals.
potentially. And now we've met with all 4, we don't have any way of knowing. Tally's the only one that came in close contact with Ray. Unless I'm missing
I don't-
something. Quarian ships are not exactly spacious. Quarians are comfortable in close spaces with each other.
Well, no, because Arturo wasn't there for any of that, so I can't even speculate. Out of character, the only one that I know of that made physical contact with Ray was the crazy one and her uncle.
Indeed. Though Tali got very close to Ray, and it's possible some sleight of hand could have happened. So you've got like 3 people who could have pulled it off, because you have a feeling Tali, it would probably be this Tali in this timeline 20 years later is pretty up there, like with skill checks and stuff. Like, this is a pretty formidable person. So you've got like 3 suspects. Yeah.
Okay. And I do want to ask, with Ray being, the Quarian, and then being as hypersensitive to touch as they are, she would notice when somebody's that close to her, right? So she would probably be able to remember who it was.
I wouldn't say Quarians are hypersensitive to touch, because
I'm not saying she'd know who put it there. I'm saying she'd be able to like pinpoint those 3 people and be like, yeah, those 3 are the only ones that got that close to me.
Yeah, those are the only 3 who really got close enough to her to do it. Yeah.
Quick question, Zan. with as close as Tally was, if there was a thought of there being any sort of sleight of hand, would someone who's trained in that notice?
It would have been based on your passive perception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would have checked everyone's passive perception, theoretically, whenever this happened, and I would have compared a sleight of hand that I didn't show you to your passive perceptions.
Okay.
Which tracks?
Yeah. Do I think I could make a program and basically just feed the tracker false information?
Considering that it is so incredibly small and its function is so simple, which its function is just, it's basically a beacon. It's basically just pinging. It's just being like, I'm here. And then the actual technology is somewhere else that would, like, you know, put on a map, like, where that ping is. So you can't really make it ping as though it's somewhere different than where it is, because it is like a physical thing emitting waves.
Aryn,
You could put it somewhere or whatever.
Aryn will hold out her hand and say, "I've got an idea."
And
Flush it.
Arturo will place it in your palm. At least we have an idea on who it might have been.
She'll say, Primrose.
So you go into the Saratoga because you guys are all outside right
Sorry,
now.
thought we were in. Yeah, we go inside, and she'll go up to Primrose and say, "Would you mind going out and finding some poor sap to attach this to? It'll look suspicious if it's just left not moving or shuts off suddenly."
She kind of narrows her eyes at you. Since when do I run errands for you?
You're the only one here with deft enough hands. That I trust, at least.
Fine. She'll take it and head out. As she's passing through the party, she looks at Yuji and says, "Oh, well, aren't you all getting along?"
Of course, you know me.
And she'll head out to attach it to someone or something moving.
Sorry, it's the most capable person on the ship that I could think of for something like this.
Oh, I don't apologize to me. I'm just role-playing an NPC.
Yeah, I know.
Primrose's feelings are not mine. This is an NPC.
Yeah.
That's just what Primrose would have said. Yeah. She's gonna go out and, like, attach it to some fucking alien animal in the woods or something.
That was literally my first idea, is like,
Yeah.
just put it on a bird or something.
She's gonna stick it onto a bird. Yeah, she's gonna go stick it to a bird.
I was thinking she was gonna put it on a person, but okay, that works.
Yeah. Well, Jeff is like, well, Spectre, if I'm dismissed, I'm gonna go back to enjoying the scenery and ruminating on the terrible existential dread that the friends I thought were dead and have long since made my peace with losing might actually be alive and leading secret clandestine lives.
You do that. If you need someone to talk to, Eon's still the ship counselor.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I just like when she says that and he goes to walk away. I just give Aryn the look of what the fuck on my face.
You know what? I found another interesting way I could probably use modify memory.
Every session,
I could probably make your the bad feelings that you get during certain situations into good feelings.
Yeah.
Make you forget that they were bad feelings.
Oh man, I don't know why. I don't know
You use
why.
your
That's how
words.
trauma becomes a kink.
Yeah,
That is
God.
yeah, right. Trauma becomes a kink.
Sorry.
fucking-
No, just ease your
it is-
wording.
Ez just wants to use modify memory so bad.
Yeah.
I've had it this whole time and
It-
I haven't used it once.
I mean, it's a great spell. You know what's funny is someone in one of my other campaigns used modify memory
We used it
last
quite
week.
extensively, actually.
Yeah, last week in another game I have, someone used a ton of modified memory. It was,
I thought of you, Ez.
yeah, we thought of you. When it happened, I was like, oh, Ez would love to be here.
Give me the word, I'll do it.
Oh, boy.
All right.
So besides, like, what is the problem here? Why are we coming back to the ship instead of just heading south?
Well, if we're heading south, we'll be doing it in the ship, won't we?
You don't want to get like a smaller vehicle or something?
Would a smaller vehicle have a stealth drive?
We need a Kodiak.
Would
The
we just be able
problem-
to land a ship in the middle of the planet?
No, that was no, absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
The problem with flying south is it's like canyons and cliffs and crags and mountains and forest, and there's not going to be like a landing spot. Yeah.
Let's not give David any more opportunities to kill us than he already has.
They would
Is
have.
there
They would have
any
had to have
local
walked anyway. So
local
You think you
animals?
can do a better job? By all means, Arturo.
Is there
Never
any
said
like
you were a
local
bad
animals?
pilot.
Which we're I pulled you the Saratoga just for like a little bit of role play at the end here, because we're definitely not going to head south tonight, because it's technically already time. We can go over a little bit because we started a little late, but
We can use this time to more fully brief Yuji on what's going on.
yeah, actually that's a great idea.
Mhm.
I have to step away for a moment. Do you guys want to like get Yuji in the conference room and get him filled in on stuff? That's a great use of time.
We can also formally introduce.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
the answer to your question, Neon, is I have no idea. They never actually talk about the animal life that lives on Rannoch in
Oh,
game.
but you can
so
make it up.
it's gonna be all Zan.
I meant to say, like, is there any like local animals that they use to like traverse the land, or? But that's probably the answer you give regardless.
Yeah, I mean Ray would know, but Zan is the one who's gonna have to like,
Zan's the one,
fill me in.
Yeah.
All right,
good.
senior staff to the conference room.
That means you, Eon.
That's like most of everyone.
It's the
When
party.
you say senior
It is
staff.
the party.
Yeah.
You know,
We
let's
have
go
like 12 people on the
troublemakers.
Yeah, that's basically what I say when it's like when I want the party to gather.
Yeah.
I have to sound official. I'm the captain.
And Arturo. He's sitting in the cockpit.
Artie,
All right. I'm coming. I'm coming. Artie.
if you don't get your ass in here, I'm gonna start calling you that.
It's Art or Arturo. Thank
yeah,
you.
whatever.
It is
Artie,
not
get your ass in the
Artie.
conference room.
I'm moving. David, get out of my corner.
No, fuck you. Go around.
Oh, you
We're the
little
ones
shit.
that are
The
gonna
new
visit you
guy
when you're
took the
older.
new guy took the spot that I normally sit in. It's fine. I'll sit right
Yeah,
here.
New
Yeah,
guy
you
took
almost
your-
took my
The new
seat.
guy took your spot, and then, actually, Shepard took my spot. I'm usually at the end of the table.
I didn't hear no
Now I
fives
gotta-
called.
Now I gotta fucking sit next to my bestest friend, the red plastic eater from
I'll
Planet Earth.
I feel like this
Oh
might
my
have been my
God.
fault
Oh my
because
God,
I'm the
it's
one that
seriously
started.
gonna go
onto
over
my
this.
face.
I'll make placards next time we have a meeting.
All right.